on cooperation, on communications, which is something that came out strongly yesterday. On the program of work on Article 8J, this has to do with engaging Indigenous people and local communities, gender, capacity building, resource mobilization, and of course the monitoring framework. And again, so then there's a complete alignment between what was agreed in the GBF itself and with this decision 15.6, where section J of the GBF is what mentions decision 15.6, providing more information, and it also re-emphasizes the importance of NBSAPs as the primary tool for national implementation. So I'm not sure how much of you were involved in NBSAPs in the past based on the introductions yesterday, and I think that quite a lot of you were, but not all of you. The guidance that existed before is still valid. The most NBSAPs that people have, I know that there was a mention that Oman has one to 2040, but of course theirs was just in 2021 anyway, so it would be closely aligned probably with the GBF. But many countries would have NBSAPs that were developed quite recently, maybe 2018, and then it's still valid until 2030 or something. So the exercise is, or the guidance from the COP is that this really would be still valid for most countries. The idea would be to, if you already have an existing plan, to try to say, how does this align to the GBF? And then what is missing? So if I had a NBSAP that was very much focused on protected areas and maybe species protection, then if I went through and tried to say, well, how do each of my national targets align to each of the global targets, I might find that I don't have anything on pollution, which is one of the targets. And so then the guidance would be, you could either develop a national target on pollution, or you could say, well, actually pollution is covered by a different ministry that has targets that are very, very similar to the target of the GBF. So let's try to see if we can work with that ministry to slightly adjust what they're doing, or maybe what that ministry is doing is fully compliant, and so I can just say that that is going to be what I report to the NBSAP as being the target, so you could pull it from other places. So this is the idea of how this could work. So the NBSAP is the main instrument, but it doesn't mean that it's the only one. It means that it's trying to coordinate, and so there is a big focus on policy coherence and looking across sectors to see who might actually take the lead for different targets. Especially, as I mentioned, some of the new targets for the framework versus the ACH framework are targets that might not be situated in the Ministry of Environment. And so going and looking at the agricultural sector plan, or talking to the Ministry of Agriculture, looking at other plans, maybe climate change is also in a different ministry, maybe marine spatial planning is in a different ministry. So trying to look across different ministries to see who would actually be responsible for these different topics would be important. And the same with actually some of the more economic indicators, the target 15, which has to do with impacts, dependencies, and risk from businesses. Again, maybe this is actually going to be more situated with an economic or finance ministry. And so this is the guidance on how this can work in practice. And this is one of the reasons why, again, this idea of a stakeholder consultation, which we talked about yesterday, is so important, because if we're going to make success in terms of achieving the global biodiversity framework, then it really can't just be the Ministry of Environment, because so many of the targets relate to other aspects of development. And if we also look at the review, another weakness in terms of many of the NBSAPs in the past was a lack of political support. And so many of the NBSAPs in the past were just situated within the Ministry of Environment, as I mentioned, with very little awareness of ministries outside of the Ministry of Environment, and maybe not any support for the policy beyond the Minister of the Environment itself. And so, again, trying to ensure that there's political support so that the NBSAP can really garner interministerial coordination, and also that it serves as a way to have vertical integration, so across different levels of government from the subnational level up, is something that was identified as a gap and should be a focus for developing NBSAPs in the future. Which is easier said than done, because there's always a reason why things would have been located in the Ministry of Environment. So in some cases, for countries, it's very difficult for the NBSAP to now go out of that, because it requires quite a lot of awareness building and interministerial meetings and promotion of why this is important with other ministries. I see this is a typo, but the NBSAP should take Section C into account, as was mentioned, and include commitments from non-state actors. And so, again, in addition to coordinating across government, there are different NGOs, academic institutions, other institutions that are particularly important for implementing the NBSAP, and so again, this is why this whole of government approach is important. And then one of the main focuses of the decision was also that while the NBSAPs are important, while aligning is important, you can't stop working on biodiversity, which I don't think anyone is, but this was something that happened in the past. Many countries, particularly countries that are receiving JEF funding, they were in a position where they needed to complete their NBSAP in order to be eligible for funding, and so it really halted implementation, because for countries that took 5 or 6 years to develop an NBSAP, then they weren't receiving any financing for biodiversity action. And so hopefully this won't be the case this time, but this is something to watch out for as you're working on the NBSAP. So this is what the guidance on Annex 1 looks like. So if you go to Annex 1, what actually needs to then be developed in the NBSAP and shared with the Secretariat is there's 3 sections, and it comes in a standardized format, which I'll show in a minute. But the first is national targets aligned with the GBF. So as opposed to for each GBF target, so for each global target, saying what your national targets are, it's the opposite way around. So you would say what your national targets are, and then you would say which target this relates to. So let's say that you have a national target on, again, protected areas, because these are invasive alien species, because we're talking about this later. So if you have a target on invasive alien species, then you would say this is directly related to target 6 of the Global Biodiversity Framework, or maybe you have 2 targets on invasive alien species. Maybe at the national level, you have a target related to reducing introductions, and then you have another target related to reducing the impacts of invasive alien species. And so you would then say both of these relate to target 6. So you list your national targets first, and then you say which ones it relates to. And if you don't select each target, so I'm kind of having trouble explaining this, but so if you have, let's say you have 30 national targets, and 3 of them are related to invasives, and 2 of them are related to protected areas, and then you say what all of them are related to, then it will show you what you haven't selected. So it would say that you actually did not say that you have a target related to sustainable consumption and production, so what are you doing on this topic? So this is the way the form works. And that's how parties are expected to be sharing information with us and how they can work. So the focus is then always on the national targets, but having those linked with the GBF in a way that makes sense. And the form is never closed also, so this is part of the guidance that was in the COP decision. If you were to submit national targets today, and then next year you change them, then you can just override the previous ones and show your new ones. It's not fixed in stone forever. So this is one of the common elements. Then once you have described your national targets, for each national target, there are questions in the template about the spatial, temporal, and financial aspects. So does this target will it be implemented across the whole country? Is it specific to a specific administrative region or an ecosystem type? Perhaps it only relates to fresh water. So you would then delineate exactly what your target relates to. Identification of financing and capacity gaps and needs. So do you have resources for implementing this target, or you require resources to implement the target? This gives an indication of how likely it is that this target will actually be implemented at the national level, and what's the timing of the national target, and what's the cost of implementing this target. And so this relates to the developing of national biodiversity finance plans and national capacity plans, which we'll talk about later. But for each target, the idea would be to do an assessment to say, okay, once this target is adopted, how much is this going to cost? How many people are going to need to work on it? What needs to be in place for this to be a reality? And so this is the idea of the format. And where does the finance come from? Do you already have it, or are you looking for international funding? This is another question that's in the template. And then the last section, which as I said is new versus the previous submission of NBSAPs, is that you need to identify a monitoring plan. So the headline indicators that were adopted are automatically included as part of the monitoring plan. So for each national target, again, if you say that you have a national target on invasive alien species, then it will automatically say the impact on the rate of invasive alien species. Now, what am I saying here? So the headline indicator on invasive alien species establishment would then automatically be attached to that target on invasive alien species. And then additionally, it will ask you what other indicators you are using to monitor this, and then you can enter those in. You can select from a list of indicators that have already been agreed by the CUP, or you can type in national indicators. The entire template for national submission is also available in the 6 languages of the convention, so you can, if you go online to either 15.6 in the annex or in the online reporting tool, you can see all this information in Arabic as well. And then it asks who will be responsible for collecting the data and compiling the indicator, and are there also capacity needs around that indicator. And so this is how the structure of the NBSAP template look. And so, as you can see, I mean, it's a lot of information to compile, and the idea is that for each global target, this would need to be assessed. For each national target, this would need to be assessed, so that at the national level, which I think everyone has already said that they're pretty much in the process of doing, you would look to say, okay, what national targets do we need? How are we going to achieve them? Do we have the resources? Do we have the capacity? How are we going to monitor it? And then once you do this, the idea is that this should be a cyclical cycle, so that if you use the data that you've said you're going to use, if you find out that things are not progressing well, or there's gaps in terms of implementation, or you're not getting the results that you expect in terms of, again, on your invasive alien species example, if the rate of establishment is still continuing, then you may wish to go back and revise specific aspects of your NBSAP, so that the NBSAP doesn't need to be fixed in stone, but it could be a living document. So this is the idea of the process. So the proposed steps for countries are step one, I guess, would be to take the existing NBSAP that you have and to review that NBSAP and other relevant strategies and identify how they relate to the global biodiversity framework. So that would give you a starting point, actually, for engaging stakeholders. It would give you a starting point for figuring out who can do what, is to do sort of these first three bullets all together. So you review the GBF, you review the NBSAP, you see how they relate to each other, and then you try to figure out who needs to be involved in each of the different targets. And then this would give you an idea also if you do this alignment with the previous strategies and you find that there's gaps, for instance, maybe, as I said, maybe there's a target that's not covered, maybe urban planning is not well covered, or biodiversity inclusive urban planning is not well covered, then you would say, okay, well, who needs to be involved in that? And so then that would be a way to get people together and to reach out and to have a very specific request for specific stakeholders because they would be listed alongside of a specific target. This hopefully also provides a way to mainstream biodiversity into other strategies. Again, so I was mentioning the urban planning target. This would likely need to be in the ministries related to city planning or urban development. And so then you would have a very specific request of how this could interact with those plans. And then the other focus of the guidance is to try to ensure that there is alignment with the national development strategy. So looking at what is in the National Development Strategy and how this relates to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and making sure that biodiversity is part and parcel of that as well. So I think I'm going to skip this because we talked a lot about the goals yesterday, but there's a number of different types of targets in the framework. And so as you're developing your national targets and aligning them, it may be useful for you to come up with some sort of grouping of the national targets. There's targets that are related to spatial planning or area-based targets. So these are your target 1, which is on connectivity and spatial planning, target 2 on restoration, 3 on protected areas, 12 on urban planning. There's species-based targets, but I mean, you could group these in a different way, however you wanted to group them, and say, okay, well, do I have national targets that relate to these topics? And then when you're aligning them, you want to try to assess, and this will also be part of the template, how well does the national target relate to the global target? Does the national target cover all of the different elements of the global target? Does it only cover part of the elements? Does it cover more than the elements? If you take target 4, for example, this target has a number of very different elements because one relates to reducing the risk to species, the risk of extinction to species, and another part of target 4 is related to human-wildlife conflict. So at the national level, it may be that you have one of those aspects covered, but not both, and you may not have targets on, for instance, maybe there's not a target on both of those topics. And does every target have its own focus, or do you have overlaps? So this is another issue. I mean, the global biodiversity framework itself, if you've looked at it, the targets are very complicated. They were negotiated, and so in some cases they are kind of a amalgamation of 2 or 3 things that don't necessarily go together. I don't think there's so much overlap, but there are issues where it could be split up into additional targets. And so at the national level, you may have structured your targets differently, and so trying to say how do these actually relate would be important. And then there's a question on the ambition of the national target vis-a-vis the global target. And this is also a very difficult issue to assess because at the global level there was this adoption, for instance, of 30 by 30, or there was the agreement of mobilizing a certain amount of financing, or there's the target on restoring 30% of areas. So for these targets, it doesn't necessarily mean that every single country has to have that percentage. And so then trying to figure out, well, what should be the percentage at the national level? What would be an ambitious target? This is really up to each country to decide, to try to decide what would be ambitious and what do we think would help to improve biodiversity. And so it's not necessarily that there has to be 100% alignment with the quantitative elements of the global framework, but the idea is that the level of ambition should be commensurate in that everyone is striving for more than they've done in the past. And again, then how well does this align, and how could, in the future, ambition and alignment be enhanced is another thing to be considering as you're working on developing your NBSAP. So this is what the template looks like in the actual document, and it's very close to what's online, but I will point out the difference. So if you look at the annex, where you would then submit your national targets, for each national target you would describe what the national target is. Then you would say which goals and targets it's aligned to, and so you could select more than one. If you had a national target that perhaps covered restoration and protection, then you would say this is related to target 2 and 3. And then at the bottom, this is a difference. This section here. When this template was being negotiated, this section C that I mentioned before, which is called Considerations for the Implementation of the Framework, it was called Enabling Conditions. And so then we kind of had a mismatch. So in the online template, it doesn't say Enabling Conditions anymore. It says Considerations for Implementation, and it lists the ones that I mentioned before, because once they were adopted, then we brought them in. So that's the only real change that we have here. And then for each of the national targets, there's a question on how well it aligns with the target that you selected. So again, if you had a target on, a national target on marine spatial planning and marine protected areas, then you would say this is related to Global Target 1 and Global Target 3, and it is probably aligned very well, depending on what it says, because if you look at what those two targets say, there's a big focus on effectiveness. So if then effectiveness is not covered in the national target, then maybe it would be medium. If all the elements of the targets are covered, then you would say high. So this is the idea of how this assessment would happen. And then for each of these, you would outline the main policy measures that are taken. The headline indicators, again, would be automatically populated, but you could add additional ones. So the ones that have been adopted would already be there, but you could add additional additional indicators that you would like to use for this national target. Then it asks you how different non-state actors are involved, and if those non-state actors are also making submissions to the Secretariat, so that at least we would know. And then we can help package that for you. And then it asks about the additional means of implementation. So is financing or capacity required? So this is the template for submission of national targets. And then at the end, once you've submitted it, it produces this table for you, which is that it then automatically says, it transposes the information and says, you have, for the global targets, these are your national targets. So that it lists it so that you can then see if there are gaps in terms of not having a national target for specific global targets. So this is all available online. You can then submit your national targets on this website, which is ort.cbd.int. And so we also have a number of mini training sessions that are available online. If you go to this website, there's a walkthrough on the website so that you can see how to submit your national targets. And so that's the way that the national target submission works. And we also have additional information to describe the scope of each target. So this would be on our website at cbd.in/gbf/targets. And so there, as I mentioned, some of the global targets are quite complicated. We're going to have a whole day on invasives this week, and you'll see that there's a lot of different elements of that target. And this is the case for every target. For every target, there's a lot of elements, and so the quick guide tries to separate out those elements and say, well, this actually includes, again, in the case of invasives, it includes introductions, it includes impacts, it includes policies, it includes different things, legislative measures, and so the quick guides separate those out for you to try to really understand the targets. So that this can hopefully be useful for national target setting, and it provides guiding questions. And then many of these have additional longer documents that are also available on this website. So if you go to the website, then some of the targets have complete guides that are, that could be sent to somebody who's an expert on this, and you can then open it up and have 30 pages of information or more available, and all the links should be on this website as well. So these are the questions, I think, to then ask yourself as you are looking at your national targets and trying to decide, does this align with the global targets? Are we well aligned with what was globally agreed? So first, does the national target cover, or national targets, cover all or part of the elements of the related goals or targets? So are you actually then covering the scope of a target? And I think we'll go into more detail on this on the invasives, but for each of these, there's this question of how well are you covering these different elements? Does the target have a focus? So again, some of the targets in the past, if I consider, there was one country in particular that I'm not going to mention, but they essentially had, in the ACHI framework, they had one national target that covered everything. So when they did the alignment, they said that this one national target related to all of the ACHI targets, and then this, of course, made it very difficult to see how it would work because it wasn't very specific. It was so broad that it made it almost impossible to understand. And so at the national level, I think having a focus is important to try to make sure that you're able to track that target. How do you feel about the ambition of the national target, and how does that relate to the global ambition? How well does it align? And what are the future steps that you need to take to enhance ambition or scope or implementation? And what's necessary in order to actually implement this target, including any additional resources? So what I would like to do this morning is to get an idea of, for each of you who are working at the national level, if you were to group the targets together into the groupings that I have, but you could also mention your own groupings, do you have national targets that cover these? What are the gaps? So in comparing your national biodiversity targets, what gaps are you seeing? Do you think that your country covers the scope of this, or have you focused on specific targets? Are there areas where you think that maybe there's a need for increased focus in the future? So of these targets, where do you need focus? And what are the challenges and opportunities in terms of submitting submitting a package of national targets by COP16? And what other challenges have you experienced in revising or updating your national targets, and what could be the solutions? So for this, I'm hoping we'll just take maybe 5 to 10 minutes for people to gather their thoughts, and then I'll ask each country, or one person from each country, to try to say how well they think their national targets, or what their national targets have focused on of the types of targets, and what gaps are you seeing? Are you actually working towards identifying some of these, or some of these are really not a priority for you at the national level? And again, what challenges have you had in this? So I'll give 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll hear from each country, and they can summarize how their national target setting process has gone. Okay, are we ready? So I will start, and I'm going to get my pen, and then I'm going to come back. Okay, now, so I'll start. Do I have any volunteers? If not, I will call on somebody. Do I have any volunteers who would like to reflect for their country on these questions? Yes. So Bahrain, I think. Well, we'll get the, is there a microphone somewhere? Has anyone seen a microphone? You could come up here. Okay, awesome.
Assalamu alaikum. I'll just answer the questions real quick. So for the Kingdom of Bahrain, we've fortunately already done this process. We've aligned our previous targets and our current targets with the GBF targets. Thankfully, we've managed to cover all the GBF targets. So the alignment was quite an easy process. We didn't really face any challenges in the process. It was quite fun to do that anyway. But in general, if I would say a challenge in submitting the national targets with a whole of government approach, I would say there were two challenges. One being the response time from stakeholders. So we had everything sent, and we'd give like a time frame for stakeholders to respond, but usually they take longer than that. So a 2-week time frame would turn into a month long. And another challenge would be, so the structure or how it works in Bahrain, so we have the targets and the stakeholders have validated it, but then it goes through a series of approvals through the SCE structure, so the government entity. So within our directorate, the CEO, and then also the cabinet. So it does take quite a long process. And yeah, that's pretty much it for Bahrain's journey in doing this. Thank you.
So, do I have another volunteer?
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معكم أخوكم صالح اليافعي من دولة قطر. سأتكلم فقط عن الطيور الغازية في مجال عملنا. دولة قطر نعم. عندنا الهدف حماية التنوع الأحيائي. الهدف الأول حماية الأنواع المحلية من الطيور المحلية واستعادة التوازن البيئي للنظم البيئية المختلفة. والهدف الاستراتيجي اللي عندنا الحد من انتشار الطيور الغازية مثل طائر المينا والغراب الهندي بتطبيق أفضل الممارسات العالمية في مجال مكافحة الطيور الغازية، حيث هذا مجال عملنا للقسم اللي احنا مشاركين معه. وشكرا.
Thank you. I have a question. I guess that would cover one of the targets. I'm wondering if you know if you've looked across the other targets. I've lost him now. Well, okay, we'll move on. Saudi Arabia? Yeah.
In fact, I don't have a full comprehensive idea about these targets, but I'd like to mention, for example, for the protected areas. We in Saudi Arabia now have the plan to protect 30 by 30 by 2030, of course. So before 2016, we have only about maybe 5.6% of the country as a protected areas. Nowadays, in this year, 2024, I think we reached now about 18.5, something like this. So, and inshallah, we are aiming to reach the 30 by 2030. Inshallah, there is a plan for this, and it's taking place. Also, for example, for the greening Saudi Arabia, we have a plan to green Saudi Arabia by 10 billion trees. By we have the plan, and with the let's say on 2 stages. The first stage will be by 2030. We'll be planting 400 million trees. So this will of course add to the rehabilitation and the restoration of the habitats. This would also contribute to the biodiversity, of course. So this is also one target. Maybe this could help in this case. There is other targets also as well for the invasive species, as the colleagues mentioned. But the problem now, we don't have the enough data about the invasive species all over the country. It is as you know, Saudi Arabia is a huge country, so we started to work on surveying and assessing the different habitats, and to know how these invasive are let's say taking place, and maybe harming the environment and the biodiversity. But we did, of course, for us in the National Center for Vegetation Cover, we did the survey, and we come up with 64 species that are really alien and dangerous species that is doing this harmful action on the habitats. But we still yet did not have the targets, maybe by 2030, what to do with the invasive species. Still not clear for us. So one of the challenges is the efforts that need to be done is more assessing, more surveys, more studies to be done in order to know where we are now regarding the biodiversity, regarding the invasive species. Maybe if there is some of my colleagues here to add, or would like to add something, it's okay for it. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Good morning, everybody. So if you would like, I can summarize something, about our national plan. I'm talking about Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Vision 2030. So related to the question and comparing your countries, excess in biodiversity related and so on. So I would like to say the Communitarian Global Diversity Framework is a comprehensive framework that takes into account the objective of all relevant agreements, including Nagoya and Cartagena protocols, due to moderate and comprehensive. It is natural for some countries to stumble or delay that achievement of some objective for several reasons. First one, some citizens are not restricted by the modern processes and legislation that have been launched to preserve biodiversity. So the second one, when conducting field survey, it was discovered that there were some traces of existing settlement organisms that were not included in the plan. Number three, fastened and regardless of some area, plains, valley, mountain, desert, in addition of the harsh environment condition that temperature change, which resulted that in the difficulty and of achievement the equipment goals. The fourth, reconsidering the importance of starting with some area over other according to priority that relate to economic or tourist important, which lead to change in plan in our delay. So some of reason that's face of us or challenge of our national plan. So we have to change just a little on time or change our national plan for something. So both something in priority and delay some of that.
Thank you. Could I ask you to repeat the first point? Because I didn't write it down. I saw you said the GBF was comprehensive, and then I heard you talking about conducting surveys where there's existing settlements. But what had you said before that? I apologize.
I didn't catch what do you mean exactly.
The first point you made.
Yeah.
The first point that you made before the conducting surveys and identifying settlements. I didn't catch it. I didn't hear it.
The implementation of the plan was accelerated, or which number exactly?
The one.
The one, yeah. I will go back because I already changed.
Sorry.
Yeah, the first one related to our laws and legislation. So many people, okay, when we place the legislation, some of people, they try to escape or they try to avoid, okay, practice this thing. So they try to do what they want. Just because, you know, so many people, they use a way to be free and do as a habit or something. So it's not easy for us, okay, to control all of them, okay, 100%.
Okay, thanks. I think it's really great because it is true. I mean, everyone is struggling with different priorities of different ministries, economic priorities, tourist priorities, changing governments and national priorities. So I think that this highlights a lot of issues that need to be considered as you move forward. Thank you. Okay, so another volunteer? Yeah. UAE?
Okay, so for UAE, we started the process of developing the MBSAB at the same time when the GPF started. So when they released the zero draft, we have started evaluating our previous MBSAB. We had to go through each goal and each target to understand what has been done. Is it successful nationally? Then we try to develop the new ones. So the new MBSAB, we managed to group all the targets. We grouped them the same way, but maybe some numbers are different.
Yeah.
And based on that, we developed 6 strategic objective goals. Under each strategic goal, we have the targets. And the only challenge we had aligning the whole process is the monitoring system, to develop the monitoring system for the GPF. Putting specific indicators was a bit harder because, as you see, for the GPF, it's not that specific. It's not that smart. So it was very hard to put a specific target that will help us to reach to the main one. So that was our experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give an example of like where you particularly felt like it was hard to align your national targets with the global targets?
I have to see I can't remember something now, but for example, I'll give you an example. For maybe gender equality, this is already succeeded long time ago. So the target was for us a bit behind that what we reached. So maybe this is one example.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think this relates to the level of ambition as well. So if you're more ambitious than the framework, then you still have to find a way to say this. Okay. Yes.
Oman.
Yes, Oman.
We have Oman's environment strategy
also we have Oman Vision 2040. So the alignment was depending on and based on these two visions and strategies. The alignment was started by taking the GBF, the global goals. Then we moved to the national goals, and we tried to align each national goals with the global goals. There were some challenges, let's say simple challenge which can be recovered. The first one, that the different statements we used in national goals and the differences between the national statements and the global statements. So we need to make it unique. Another thing that some goals are not, global goals not recovered in Oman or not applicable for Oman, like 22 and 23, target 22 and target 23, where we don't have NGOs, but also that can be recovered. Another thing, that while starting the alignment, we just discovered that some institutes or some entities not included in our, let's say our team. And also that can be recovered. I think also there is a challenge, as other countries says, while updating or developing the monitoring systems. Especially we are having people from different area and from different fields, and we are having different criteria to follow up. So monitoring system, we have not started monitoring system, but I think these difficulties or this challenge will be faced there.
Thanks. Does anyone, there's so many people from Oman. I'm wondering if anyone else wanted to add. No? Okay.
I will just add, one, actually, challenges, which is, faced by, actually, our colleagues here. The cross-cutting with other, actually, stakeholders. This is the main things, actually, which we already, find, actually, some challenges, but we try, actually, to recover it. That's one, actually, we can guess, actually, highlight it.
Thank you. Okay, so I think there is one last country, and I'm going to be honest, the second person who spoke, I wasn't sure if you were from Kuwait, Qatar? Okay. Qatar. So then I think Kuwait has not spoke. Yeah, I see in the back.
Good morning. Actually, Kuwait is about to go through the Montreal targets, so the gap have not been seen yet. But opportunities are that we have biodiversity strategies and committee and action plan for biodiversity 2035. The challenges facing the state of Kuwait are lack of funding, lack of awareness, difficulties in implementation, legislation, and lack of a qualified experience. And usually take a long time to approve by the government and the Supreme Council for the Environment in Kuwait. We need to overcome these obstacles by trying to spread and educate the community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this was really interesting to hear the different stages that everyone is at and different challenges that are being faced across the region. I am wondering if anyone has any reflections at this point. You have? Okay. Yeah. Sorry, it's really hard to hear you from up here without the mic. I apologize. It's not on. Question number 3.
Yeah, we would like to give some comment about question number 3, so you can call it as a recommendation. So number 1, updating the current national strategy, transferring into a comprehensive and natural framework for the preserving biodiversity. Number 3, for us, okay, implementation national program for the conservation and documentation for innate genetic resources and related traditional knowledge. Number 4, preparing a national action plan for management of alien and invasive species based on field scientific basic. Establishment and activity national clearing houses for the convention and its protocols. The last one, forming and training and qualified national negotiation team. I think this is the last thing we get it, or you can before the COP 21 in I think in October. So we almost finish it, but still we need to review again. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing to hear all of the work that's happening in this region. I think that from where we sit at the Secretariat, we haven't connected with the GCC countries enough, and so it's really great to hear how far things have already progressed, because as you know, while you guys are working on the NBSAPs, then we're wondering what's happening with the NBSAPs. So the efforts that have been made to do this alignment in the different countries it's really impressive, and so I think that it's great to hear the ambition that you're sharing, particularly, I mean, many of the countries in this region, including Saudi Arabia, just now mentioned that they are trying to protect the full 30% of areas by 2030, which is quite amazing considering the baseline of where you're coming from. There's ambitious goals on restoration, and I think it's great that we have Marianella here doing the day on invasives, because of course this was highlighted almost by everyone as a priority that they're looking at either developing a plan or mitigating the spread of invasive birds, or the need for data for invasive alien species. And so it was also interesting that even though many of you pointed out the importance of invasives, it was pointed out from different angles, from the planning angle, from the data and science angle, from the mitigation angle. And so I think that it's really interesting to hear how different countries are approaching these different issues. And I am also, it's impressive that how well this alignment exercise has gone, because I think in many countries it was perhaps more complicated if you don't have an existing set of national targets that has a close match with the GBF, but many of the countries in this region appeared to have started before even the plan was adopted, which is also really impressive. So using the zero draft. So I wonder if anyone has any additional challenges or opportunities that they would like to share, reflecting on what's been said so far. Marianella.
Yes, thank you. So listening at some of the examples that you gave, and considering that, you know, this first part of the dialogues and the workshop that we're having, it's on going from the more generic to the more specific, because we're going to have a full day on invasives, the last day, where we're going to go through breaking down the target and going to, potential elements for an ESAP strategy and so on. I wanted, I don't know if I can provide an example of, Gillian mentioned this morning that for when we're doing our national planning to align our targets with the GVF, one of the things that we need to consider is section C of the framework, which is considerations for the implementation. So not only the 23 targets, right, but also this section that has some elements. One of those elements that relates very much to invasives is biodiversity and health. And then biodiversity and health means like trying to apply the One Health approach, for example, and trying to understand where are the connections between our management and use of biodiversity and the implications that it can have for example, human, animal, and plant health. So if you want, like, she presented on how the things that you need to consider when you're going to do your national reporting, right? So, and one of those things was ticking this box of whether or not you have considered some of these considerations for implementation in your strategies and plans. So one example, I don't know if you're familiar, but the last meeting that we have for SAPSTA, that was SAPSTA 26 in Nairobi, you can, and I can share the link to the recommendation that all the parties agreed for biodiversity and health, where we were trying to develop an action plan to mainstream these linkages across the GBF. So I wanted to give you an example of how you can do those things for invasives, for example. So if you have target 6 and you want to consider biodiversity and health, section C item, right? You can consider the adverse impacts of invasive alien species on human, animal, and plant health in strategies, action plans, or projects, and then undertake assessments, right, on the matter to support informed decision making. Then another entry point that it's proposed there, it's identifying gaps in knowledge, monitoring and management of emerging infectious diseases that relate to invasives. Sometimes we think on invasives only hurting, for example, as predators, for example, of other animals, but they do bring a lot of diseases that can harm not only plant, but animals and human health. So tracking those things down as well. Promote awareness and education on the impacts of invasive alien species and try to engage, also the broader public in those things. Someone mentioned yesterday to me how your country was engaging civil society in some efforts towards invasives, right? So raising this awareness so everybody, not only the experts from the ministries, but everybody knows why it's important to fight invasive alien species will bring us one step forward. And then the other entry point that it's there is to promote and strengthen collaboration with other sectors impacted by invasive alien species for the prevention, control, and eradication and management of these species, and especially to address invasion of pathogenic agents to reduce and prevent disease emergence. So these are just some examples of entry points that are presented in this action plan that it's going to be considered by COP15 in October in Colombia. So we have these kind of entry points for every target. This is just one example of how to connect the targets with only one of the elements of section C, but just perhaps a useful example on how we can do that later on for all the other things. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the floor. And actually, this is not sometimes the information that we receive today is very useful, and I'm very glad to attend this workshop to enlighten us about how to set our national MPSAP and how to go forward on monitoring, on setting target, alignment different strategy. And one of the things that you mentioned here on the global, actions that when we try to align different strategy with biodiversity target, and also on the national level, want to try to look to a different strategy to align it with the MPSAP. And one thing that you mentioned is, which is, I think is very important, that when we try to look to different strategy and seeking for the target that will, acting on what they call MBSAP targets, so that that entity will feel the ownership and they're well engaged on achieving that goal, rather than produce a new goal that would feel like it's Ministry of Environment or Environment Authority's responsibility. So sometimes, as you say, it's very useful that to look to different strategy, to look other goals where we can actually bring them to these national goals to feel the participation, the ownership of that target to be achieved. One thing also I want to ask you about for your present today. Of course, now we're trying to put the national target, and then we have to submit this target. After submission of the targets, is there any feedback or reflections to the country? Or any assessment for help for reviewing or maybe restructure the target after submissions, and how this will be done. And I will highlight also on maybe in the previous, Dr. She mentions about something about the target 23 and 22 and 23 about the NGOs. For different countries, they have different experience about NGOs and how the NGOs are well mature to be involved. And they are in different stages, of course. And different countries might have only one that will relate to environment. But I think there's also others, NGOs which should be also could be involved and look for, like Women's Society, for example, and also maybe, for example, water societies, other societies which it might seem is not really directly linked, but they play roles in certain achieving such target or helping on maybe their expertise in certain areas, especially if we're dealing with the broad issues for environment. Because environment is not one element, it's different elements. If we want to look for different, for example, the most of the talk about invasive species, it's required a lot of different fields that in order to tackle, your achievement to eradicate all these invasive species. Thank you. I will not take too long from you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll address some of this. I should have mentioned this before. So I'll start with the point on 22 and 23, which was brought up by a couple of people now. And if I'm going back to where I have the decisions listed. Oh, here, there we go. So if you read Target 22 and Target 23, these are mostly about participation and respecting the rights of these people. And so it's not necessary that you do this through NGOs. And so if you consider the Gender Plan of Action, which is Decision 1511, provides a lot of guidance on what Target 23 could be interpreted as, for example. And it doesn't focus on women's NGOs, although that could be an option if you have them. But another option is just ensuring that women are engaged in the NBSAP process and ensuring that there is a way to try to consider what it is that, are there different needs that women and men have in terms of how they access the environment? And this is the case in many countries. Women and men may play different roles in terms of how they access biodiversity. There may be different people who are involved in local fisheries versus local collection of clams on the beach, for example. There may be people who are accessing, in this country, I know frankincense is a thing. I don't know if it's the men or the women that are traditionally involved in collecting this sap. And so those are the types of things to consider, is what are the roles of men and women in terms of how they relate to protecting biodiversity, in terms of how they relate to accessing biodiversity and the ecosystem services that they get. And so it's not necessarily that there needs to be NGOs involved, but if you look at the Gender Plan of Action, it takes you through the different steps of how you engage different people. And this could be done in different ways. Also, someone was mentioning, I guess Oman was mentioning yesterday, I think just in the corridors, that in terms of reducing invasive alien species, one of the things that they're doing is if somebody finds the species, then they can receive a payment for the collection of this invasive. Again, if you roll this out, are you making sure that both men and women are engaged in this process? So this is the idea of Target 23. It's not necessarily that it has to be through NGOs. That would be dependent on your national circumstances, and the national circumstances are different everywhere. And this is the same with Target 22. So this Target 22 is related to Indigenous people and local communities. I mean, I know in Oman, there are many Indigenous people, whether you are calling them this or not. I mean, even at the lunch yesterday, it was very clear that there's traditional practices in terms of cooking meat, there's traditional practices in terms of using different substances. So it's not so much about if these people are organized in an NGO, it's making sure that you're considering the needs of different communities and how they interact with biodiversity. And again, I am not from here, but just based on my understanding of the landscape of Oman, I am guessing that the different communities access biodiversity in different ways, because you have people living in the desert, and then you have people here that are, you know, that are more in the forest, and so then they would have different access and different needs in terms of ecosystem services. And so these are the things that should be kept in mind when developing the NBSAP. So that's the idea behind Target 22 and Target 3. It's not how you engage with NGOs. And so you could then describe it as such also when you're describing how you're working on these issues. And so based on, again, I'm not an expert on this region, but it does seem that there are a lot of traditional practices across the region, and so that is the idea of Target 22. And so I think that in terms of how you address this, this is, of course, very dependent on the national circumstances and how you describe it, but I see, even just from talking to people in the corridors, this is something that is at the heart of a lot of your planning processes. So I don't think it's probably something that has been missed completely. But and then in terms of what happens next, and this is, you know, the way that this will work is that once the targets are developed, I mean, a lot of this really is up to the government itself to evaluate this alignment, because the NBSAP is owned by each government. It's not owned by anyone else. However, at the global level, we do an exercise where we look to see how well things are aligned, but it's mostly using what's been submitted. So, you know, as I said, we will then say, here are some of the gaps that are just even in this table. You'll see it seems that there's maybe gaps in terms of the alignment with Target 22. As I said, if you don't say anything about Target 22, then we'll say it seems that there's gaps. But that exercise will happen. Additionally, we have these the considerations for implementation that Marianella was mentioning, and these also link to, as you saw, I think they're on the previous slide. I mean, they also have some similar topics, but where you have One Health, where you have gender. So if you then have not described how any of these have been addressed, then that would be something that we would highlight. We would then also say whether or not a whole of government, whole of society approach has been used. But again, I mean, most of this is up to you. You're not going to get heaps of feedback from the Secretariat or from the COP, because the COP is trying to look at the global picture. But what happens is the NBSAP does provide the basis for the national reports. And the national reports are where each country says how they're actually doing so far. So once you've submitted the NBSAP, then the national report is sort of the next opportunity to sit down and assess, are things going well? Are we making progress? Are we seeing ownership? Is implementation happening? And there is support for the national reporting process that will then start after COP. So then you would take your NBSAP and try to do this national report. This would then be by February of 2026 that the national reports are due. And if there is an interest in working with somebody on the national reports, this is something that we do support. And if you're a GEF eligible country, the GEF also has specific funding for national reporting. And then in terms of the ownership, I agree completely. And I think, again, this can be done in different ways. There have not been so many NBSAPs submitted, but one of the options, and what I've actually seen, I know the European Union is doing, for example, because they've submitted it this way, is that when they outline the national target here, and then in terms of the policy measures, and well, it actually also has a thing that asks who's responsible for it, they are then directly just copying it from other plans. So in the NBSAP, they would say, this is target 3 of the agricultural sector plan, for example. Because I know that for pesticides in particular, which is part of target 7, they are directly just copying that from their agricultural sector plan. They're including a reference, and they're not making any changes. And so this way, I mean, this would be a way to reflect that certain people are working on certain things. And it would also be a way for then, if you, in the case of my example, for you to go and say, well, you have a target on pesticides, but it's not quite aligned with the GBF, so could you consider, you know, making it a little more aligned, reducing, in that case, you know, trying to be aligned with the ambition of the GBF, which is halving pesticides, you know, could you try to get closer to that? So I think that that's the idea. And then hopefully you could then hand off ownership, because that target would be embedded in other plans, not just in the NBSAP. And again, this is really up to the national circumstances. But so I don't know if other countries have actually done this at all or looked at using other targets. So I see 2 people.
Yeah, I'm guessed. I mean, actually, I will back a little bit to the, you know, previous. I mean, actually, you know, the intervention from my college. I mean, actually, which is, I mean, very important to implement it. I mean, actually, and from my perspective, I mean, actually, you know, I'm focusing and encouraging the building capacity, which is very important also to build up. I mean, their knowledge, which is, you know, very important for the, you know, member state, you know, and exchange if there are any what call that, I mean, challenges or, I mean, new addition in this, I mean, regard. It's very important. And such this, I mean, actually, workshop is very important to build up, you know, our knowledge and our experience. You know, that's my intervention. Thank you.
Apologize because I used the wrong statement. Actually, I mean local communities. I said NGOs, and you have already explained that. Another thing, if you can please explain for us about the degree of alignment. There is high, medium, and low. So how can we select which one to use, please?
Okay, this is, it's really subjective, and it's up to you. But hold on just a second. I'm going to give you an example. I just need to look up the exact wording of the target so that I can. So if you take GBF target 6, which I think Marinelle is going to talk a lot about, so this is why it's an easy one for me to perhaps also suggest, and so I'm going to look it up so that I can read it out. Because I don't have it memorized. Well, hopefully it pulls up. Okay, now it's not. Now my internet is really slow. Okay, so this target says eliminate, minimize, reduce, and/or mitigate the impacts of invasive alien species on biodiversity and ecosystem services by identifying and managing pathways of the introduction of alien species, preventing the introduction and establishment of priority invasive alien species, reducing the rate of introduction and establishment of other known or potential invasive alien species by at least 50% by 2030, eradicating or controlling invasive alien species, especially in priority sites such as islands. So when I read this out, it's like 10 things, right? So if you have a target related to minimizing the introductions, and this is the only target that you have, you're not actually trying to mitigate or reduce the rate of establishment or eradication. If you're only focused on introduction, then you would actually probably say, well, when I look at my national targets versus the global target, this is low alignment because I'm covering one small thing of these 10 things, basically. But then if you say, okay, well now I have a target that covers, if my target covers both introductions and establishment and a number of the things here, then you might say, this is high because I'm actually doing the things that are aligned with this target. So it's really subjective, and it's mostly useful for you, it's somewhat useful for us, but as I said, we're not the ones who are implementing, and we're not the ones who are doing national level analysis. The idea, hopefully, is that as countries go through this, if you see, well, we're not very well aligned, then hopefully this then stimulates the question, okay, well, what needs to happen to be aligned? And so then this is where the target guides come in and where the additional information on each target comes in, because then you could say, okay, well, in order to be aligned, if you have this target, my make-believe target on introductions, maybe you want to leave that and have a whole nother target that's covering the other elements. So at the national level, you could have 2 targets that are covering different elements. And then you would say, okay, now we're actually highly aligned because we're covering the bulk of the things. The other issue here is, okay, now, in terms of the medium alignment, if I'm covering all the things, but I'm trying to reduce the rate of introduction and establishment by 20%, then again, I might say this is medium-ish because I'm not very close to the ambition, because the ambition is 50% and your national target's at 20. And so again, then even if you're covering all the things, if it's not matching the ambition, then you might want to look at this. And so this is the idea. It's very subjective. For each of the targets in the target guide, it talks about the different elements, and those can provide a basis for understanding the alignment. But the alignment is really, again, as I said, it's for you to try to say, we think that the national targets that we have actually match up with all of these different things, or we think the national targets we have are better in some cases. They could be way better, but high is the highest that you can select, or we actually are not covering this very well. So that's the idea. Does that help? But yeah, it is subjective, and different countries are going to answer this differently, and it's up to you how you want to answer this. I will say I have had a few countries that have reached out to me and said that politically they don't want to select low because they think it makes them look bad. And again, it's because it's up to them. It's up to you what you select. Okay. Next question. I thought that Does anyone else want to come in? Yes. Yeah. Oh, here's a microphone as well. So I'm struggling to remember everyone's names, but I know where people are from now, so sort of. All right. Go for it. Saudi Arabia.
I would like to suggest something. As we heard, okay, so many different opinions, different vision, different plan, different things. But at the same time, some of our countries, okay, they have a lack experience, lack data, lack information, lack technique, maybe technical. Okay, so will you please establish workshop that you can, based on the collection or different opinion that you collected from this workshop? Thank you.
Thank you. So on that point, yes, my hope, and we're going to do this today actually. So my hope is to summarize the findings of this workshop and then have a draft ready for you tomorrow. So I'm going to go through an exercise on this in like an hour. I'll show you a summary of findings from other workshops, and I've really simplified it down. So I haven't gone into detail, but all of the meetings that we've done on NBCEP so far, we have produced a summary of what the challenges, the opportunities, the findings have been, and those are then all available online. And then we've also pulled this together to try to say where we see common issues across countries. So I have a presentation on this that I'm going to show you, and then my hope is that we can use this as a starting point for also talking about what are the challenges in this region, because it'll give you an idea of the types of issues. And so then we would summarize this, and hopefully this will provide a basis for moving forward in the future. And also, I think that I will say, in terms of preparing for this workshop, because of the fact that the NBCEPs haven't been shared with us yet, it was a little bit tricky because, as I mentioned, we didn't actually know the status of where you were in the process. But in the future, once those are submitted, you'll also have all of that information, which will make it a lot easier, I think, to try to see where there are commonalities across countries. Okay, so does anyone want to add anything else? Okay, so for the next session, I'm going to attempt to do two things. One is I'm going to provide a presentation on the monitoring framework, which did come up. A number of people have mentioned that this is something that they know is going to be complicated and perhaps a gap. However, my impression is that a lot of the countries, based on what was said, haven't really looked in detail at having a monitoring framework yet. This is something that we're seeing across other regions as well, because the order that countries typically follow is that they would first establish their targets, and then they would really think about how they're going to monitor them. So I won't take too much time on this topic, because in general I think that it's something that will probably be looked at more extensively after COP, after next year. And so, but I'll just give a overview of what this monitoring framework looks like. If you could pull up the next presentation. And then I'm going to present a summary of some of the findings from the other dialogues that we've had, and with an exercise that tomorrow I would like for everyone to prepare a few points. I mean, I have a lot from this now, and and then I'll give a short presentation as well on findings from other workshops, and and ask for you also to think about what you think the key takeaways are. Okay, so the monitoring framework. And feel free, I mean, if you have any questions at any point during this presentation, you can stop me and I can answer. The monitoring framework includes headline and binary indicators as well as component and complementary indicators, and this was adopted at COP15. So although there are ongoing discussions on how this is going to work, the indicators were fully adopted at COP15. And if you look at the monitoring framework, the headline indicators are quantitative indicators that are associated with different targets, and these would be part of the national reporting template. The binary indicators are a series of yes/no questions, and so those would also just be in the national report. So, for example, it might ask you a question on if you have administrative, policy, or legislative frameworks related to managing the spread of invasive alien species, for example. And so then you would say, yes, we have a policy, or we're developing a policy, or we don't have a policy. And so those are those questions. And so those are not really something that is going to be difficult to measure. And then the component and the complementary indicators provide a menu of different indicators that you may wish to use, or you could use national indicators to measure the targets. And so this is the structure. And then the COP15 also established a group to provide guidance on the methodologies. And so now, for each of these headline indicators in particular, there is a methodology. It's at least 5 to 10 pages where it describes how you would compile this indicator, the underlying data sources, the formula for compiling it, how do you create a number out of these different data sets. And so that's the structure. So COP16 will have a decision on the monitoring framework. However, it's not adopting any indicators because those were already adopted. It's more about ensuring that the binary questions are what they want to use, and providing guidance on how this gets rolled out. Okay, so the headline indicators, as we said, high-level indicators which aim to capture the overall scope of a goal or the target, and these are part of the national reporting template. So these are the only indicators that that are almost required. You know, they are part of the template. If a country does not provide data, then they will have to tick a box that says that they don't have data available and why. Then the other sets of indicators are optional, and then there's also, of course, national indicators that could be used. So the idea of the process, and I'll try to get the bottoms here. The idea is that as you're developing your NBSAP, so even now as you're developing it, it's good to try to assess what indicators you have at the national level. Were you already using indicators on this topic before? For instance, for protected areas, there's typically well-established indicators on the extent of protected areas. There's different assessments that countries may have done on the effectiveness. I know that we're going to talk about indicators for invasives. You may have indicators related to the number of species introduced every year. You may have indicators related to the establishment or the prevalence of specific species in the country. And so you could then map out what you already have and say, well, we know we want to use this because we've already been using it. And then you could also map out and say, okay, well, these are the things that we don't have, but we want to use. And so this is the idea of developing the monitoring plan. And I will say that for the countries that we've talked to that have developed a monitoring plan so far, for instance, we had a dialogue like this in Latin America, and I think that a few of the countries there, particularly Brazil, has a long, long experience with many, many biodiversity indicators, and they've been working on on a monitoring plan, but the monitoring plan really does highlight a lot of where they still see that they have gaps in terms of their capacity to monitor what they want, even though they have this very well established monitoring system. So then the first time the indicators will actually be used in terms of submitting to the convention is in the national reports. So you may be wanting to use these on a national CHM or to do national analysis at other points, but they will then be shared with the Secretariat in the national reports. And so you are then invited to submit the headline indicators, but also any other indicators you want to submit. So you can share as much data as you would like, with the headline indicators being the required part of the reporting template. But all indicators could be submitted. And then at the global level, we will be using these to review progress at COP17. And I have received lately quite a few questions on, are we going to check to see if countries are actually matching the methodologies? We don't have the capacity or the mandate for that. So basically, if data is submitted, the same as whatever is submitted in the national report, we trust that people are submitting what they think is the best available information, and so we will use that. And unfortunately, I mean, unless there's a specific request, which if there's a specific request for assistance, we'll try to help, especially with UNEP WCMC providing a lot of support on this. But past that, unfortunately, we can't do a lot of checking to see if there's gaps in the data. So there's a lot of guidance on the different indicators that you can find online. The documents that were shared at our SAPSTA meeting are described here. So we have metadata for every headline indicator that's in an information document 14, and that will be packaged into some sort of a manual, which we're working on. It'll be the same information, just formatted. Then we have studies on many of the different indicators, have dedicated studies where they go into a lot of detail on how this will be measured. And so you can find those online as well. Some of the indicators that are new are like the indicator on the goal C on monetary benefits and non-monetary benefits. These are very new indicators, and so there's quite a lot of information that is in these documents on how you might want to get a process started for monitoring this and what the indicators will look like, as many countries don't have the experience in monitoring this yet. We also had a series of webinars for almost every indicator, so those are available online. So if you wanted to learn more about the indicator on invasive alien species, or if you want to learn more about the indicator on genetic diversity, if you want to learn more on any of the specific indicators, then you can go to this site, and there's webinars that have all been recorded, and so it's sort of mini trainings on each of these different indicators. And then this is the structure of what the metadata looks like. As I mentioned, there's 5 to 10 pages on each indicator, and it just explains the rationale for the indicator, the definitions that are used in the indicator, the methodology, how the system works for compiling that indicator. And so you can then use that as a basis for the headline indicators if it's useful. And then here are the headline indicators to give you an idea of, well, the headline and the binary indicators to give you an idea of what these indicators actually look like. And so, as mentioned, these are seen as a minimum set of information that countries would need in order to measure for capturing the framework. So, I'm not going to go into any detail, but what you can see here is that these are indicators that you would need to develop at the national level. For instance, the extent of natural ecosystems is a spatially based assessment of how much ecosystems you have by type at the national level. And in the guidance, of the ATEG, it's recommending that you use a specific typology, but you can also use any national typology on what ecosystem types do you have, and what is the spatial extent of those. So those are the types of indicators. There's indicators related to public funding, to private funding, to protected areas, area under restoration, as I mentioned, the ABS. So each one of these then has a methodology. So I'm not going to go into detail, as I said, because this is so much detail, but I will highlight the one for target 6, since I know you're going to talk about this later, which is the rate of invasive alien species establishment. So the headline indicator is focused on establishment, so then you may want other indicators on introduction, you may want other indicators on specific species, but the headline one is on this. And it's based on, it recommends the use of the GRIS database as the underlying database for this. And then there's also binary questions related to the regulation processes and measures. And so again, these binary questions are a series of questions that you would answer asking if you're taking action towards this target. So I think we can share the presentation, but this is it. To me, I think that the monitoring framework is a huge step forward for the work that we're doing on biodiversity. As mentioned, if you look at the last decade, there was a lack of data, lack of investment in data, and so it made it really difficult for us to say what the status of biodiversity, it is really difficult even now to say what the status of biodiversity is. We don't have data on this natural ecosystem extent. So today, there's not a person that can tell you how much of the world is covered by tropical rainforest, for example, because we don't actually have data on that that's been compiled in a standardized way, and so we can't answer that question. So for me, working in my position, I think it's hard if we can't even say the status of things. And this would then give us a way to say this in the future, and to make sure that countries own this process and that the data is coming from them. And so to me, it's a huge game changer in terms of what we're seeing now versus the past, is there is really a focus on having better monitoring systems. And also, I see that there is a lot of focus on using these standard methodologies, which would give us a way to aggregate information. There's guidance on considering Section C when monitoring as well. And so this guidance, it outlines some of the indicators that are related to gender, for example, but also it's more about, similar to what I said before, how are women involved in the data collection process? How are local communities involved? Because most of the data, not most, but a lot of the data that would be used for monitoring biodiversity would come from people collecting data on the ground. And this may be through citizen science, it may be through using research institutions, and it may be through using actual networks that you have with local communities, and then them reporting information on when they see species. So for instance, I know that yesterday we were looking at the, I can't remember the name of this leopard that you have here, but if there is a process where people who spot a leopard then report it, then that's where this information comes from. So it comes from people on the ground. And so how do you involve different people in sharing this information as part of the guidance? There's synergies, again, with the protocols. We've tried to make sure that we're monitoring for target 13 and target 17 in a consistent and coherent way with the protocol so that the data will flow back and forth. And then another thing that's been really promoted is the use of consistent disaggregations. And this is something that I think is really useful. I was mentioning in terms of ecosystems and using different ecosystem types. If we actually then report on the extent of ecosystems, and we can overlay this with protected areas, we can overlay this with restoration, we can overlay this with your different species, then you can see what's happening by ecosystem type. And so, for example, if you are looking if you're only looking at the biome level, then your marine shelf includes seagrass, it includes coral reefs, and it includes kelp forest. And so then if you were to say your marine protected areas, you don't actually know. Are you only protecting the seagrass? Are you actually also protecting the coral? Are you protecting the kelp forest? It's really hard to delineate this out. And so because these different types of ecosystems have different values for biodiversity, this is why there's guidance on trying to ensure that you have some sort of mapping of natural ecosystem extent. So this is one of the things that I think would be, if this is rolled out, it will be an amazing achievement for better understanding biodiversity everywhere. So that is the monitoring framework. If anyone has any questions on the monitoring framework. It's a lot of information, but it's all online in this decision and all these guidance documents that I've shared. Okay, so as I said, oh yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I think I don't have a question, but I will seek your guidance on how to use a useful tool for monitoring, especially if there should be electronic, online reporting within the national levels, where we can gather all that information. Because one of the challenges we always talk about that the response of other entities regarding achieving certain targets. So should this all monitoring be electronic? And of course, then there is some challenging, of course, if you're setting electronic, what they call reviewing, because then there will be a cost on it. Cost on technicals and financial also. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think a few things. I mean, for me, I think the data is very important because it forms the basis for making sure that you're seeing the outcomes that you want. So with saying that, I will also say there will need to be an investment in data systems in order for this to work. And so from my perspective, it would be the amount of money that would be required to do some of this would definitely be worth it. But again, this is my own perspective because of how I view data. I will say there's a number of things here. One is that many of these indicators can be estimated at the global level. So there is global data that's available based on satellite imagery, based on different assessments. There's also weaknesses in using a lot of the global data because there's no ground truthing that's happening. And so if you're only using global data for ecosystem extent, I would say particularly in this region, you're probably going to miss a lot because I know that it's very difficult to delineate some of these desert ecosystems. And so you're probably going to miss a lot. So there would need to be some sort of national level work that happens. And who does this? I would say where we're seeing success is where there's a collaboration between the Ministry of Environment and the National Statistical Office, as they would have a lot of experience in a lot of these different types of methodologies. And there's also typically national geospatial organizations that may be working on some of these. And so to build a collaboration, it may involve different stakeholders than the ones that were traditionally involved in the NBSAP, because you might want to look at, as I said, the geospatial entity, the statistical office, perhaps different research organizations. But to get this up and running successfully to where you have the information, the data that you need for monitoring and for making decisions, it will require some work and some thinking. And this is the idea of this national monitoring plan, is to, again, scope out the stakeholders for monitoring, how you collaborate. And ideally, yes, everything would be online, because if you have all this data, it's sort of a shame if you're not making it publicly available for people to see. And so there are, as I said, a number of different entities that support this. If you have, say, questions on any specific indicator, each of the metadata also outlines who could provide support on that specific indicator. And so that's how it is working at this time. And you may need to focus on specific ones that you think are important in the beginning. Other questions? Okay, so I'm going to move to the next presentation, and then after that presentation, we will break for coffee. And I will go through this fast, so we'll probably even break for coffee early. Could you pull up the next presentation? Okay. So I mentioned to you, and I should have given this presentation a better name, but this is the key findings from some of the other dialogues. And as I said, I've simplified this so it's not very detailed because it's in a presentation. But these are some of the things that came out of the discussions that we've had from other countries so far. And I think this morning we've heard a lot of similar challenges and some different challenges and opportunities as well. So one of the things that has come out is that this whole of government, whole of society approach is definitely seen as a priority and something that should be promoted, especially for the targets that have to do with means of implementation in Section C, because these are traditionally outside of the Ministry of Environment anyway. And then some of the challenges that people noted were that it takes a lot of time to engage stakeholders, especially if you're trying to reach out to new stakeholders, and that some of the new stakeholders that you might be reaching out to don't necessarily have commitment or understanding of the GBF itself. And so you have to balance the issue of trying to consult stakeholders with also trying to have something done by COP16. And another issue that's come out, and I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, is that it's really difficult to undertake consultations with local communities or with subnational governments if those people are hard to reach, or if you have a lot of people that need to be consulted, then obviously this also limits your ability to really engage people. And so it will be necessary to engage people even after the adoption of the NBSAP. And then many countries mention that there's a lack of interest or support or commitment from different stakeholders. There's a lack of political and financial support for trying to engage different stakeholders. There's consultation fatigue. So there's so many different international, regional, and national processes that people are tired of being reached out to. So if you reach out to them about the CBD, and then you've reached out to them about Ramsar, and then somebody else is reaching out to them about CITES, and somebody else about CMS, then this is overwhelming. And that that often the Ministry of Environment doesn't actually have a capacity for strategic communication and trying to build awareness. So many ministries of environment aren't good at translating the biodiversity goals into something that's going to appeal to the public. This is an issue that's come out of some of the previous meetings. So again, these are things that have come out of the previous meetings that we've held with countries on their NBSAP process. Some of the things that were good practices that helped work around some of these challenges were doing a stakeholder mapping, which again was mentioned by some people yesterday, where you really try to identify and elaborate the different roles and impacts of different actors on biodiversity, and specifically trying to figure out how they should be engaged before you talk to them, using existing committees, working groups, initiation of the process through a national workshop as a way to improve the efficiency of the coordination process, building coordination, including through social media and strategic communication. Engagement with different stakeholders is something that has worked in different places. Trying to group together different biodiversity processes to avoid this consultation fatigue. So, I mean, some countries have tried to use the GBF really as an umbrella for all of the biodiversity-related conventions so that it's not so overwhelming if you're reaching out to the Ministry of Finance, for example, over and over. And trying to find this balance between the need for consultations and the timelines that you have. Additionally, some people have mentioned that they found success with linking with the climate change process or food security issues because those have higher political attention and higher resource availability. So then in terms of integration with the protocols, a number of challenges were highlighted. Really, many countries have found integration with the protocols very difficult. There's insufficient human, technological, and financial resources for the implementation of the protocols often. And so trying to bring them in, especially if they're in different ministries, is a struggle that many countries have found. And that some of the protocols have existing processes and many different stakeholders. So the stakeholders for ABS may be not fully overlapping, and so trying to bring this in doesn't mean that you want to have all of the ABS stakeholders involved in the NBSAP every time, because you don't want to burden your whole NBSAP by bringing all the stakeholders that are already engaged in the protocols. And so this is an issue that some people have had. And again, some of the issues particularly related to biotechnology are a little outside of the work on the GBF in general, and so again, you don't want to derail the whole process by focusing too much on any specific issue. So these are some of the challenges that people have had trouble in balancing, and just the high level of coordination that's required in order to do this. In terms of the national target setting, most of the countries that we've seen have already started updating their NBSAP. This isn't the case everywhere. There have been gaps, but in general, most countries are well on their way. There's been challenges in terms of political support in some places, lack of funding or delays in the provisioning of funding. If you were at SBI, you probably heard this come out quite strongly in some of the remarks by countries. Many countries have had a lot of difficulty in accessing GEF funding, and so this has delayed their process. And then there's been not enough awareness of stakeholders, which also has delayed the process, because many countries have also had to spend the last year trying to build awareness as opposed to trying to make a plan. And so this consultation with stakeholders just is taking up a lot of time. There's a lack of data and assessments that can be used to develop the NBSAP. So if you do want to base your NBSAP on existing trends, some countries have had experiences that they've had difficulty finding information to make educated decisions. And it's difficult to contextualize or communicate the framework. This has come out really strongly. As I said, some of the targets are so complicated that when you're trying to explain them at the national level, it's very difficult, especially if the target includes 20 things and maybe it's not available in the language that you want to communicate. And so these are some of the issues that people have had difficulty with, and also with this idea of alignment. So looking at the level of ambition or the scope of the global targets, there's often a mismatch with the national targets, and then what do you do about that is an issue that's come out in terms of the discussions that we've had. Many countries have also had concern about uncertainty of available resources, so they are having trouble committing to a national target without finding the resources, and so they're kind of in a chicken and egg situation, and so this has come out, and especially with, so there's some of these new fundings like this Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, and if you think that you might be getting resources from that, obviously it's not very certain yet, and so trying to then make plans has been a challenge for some countries. And it's been a challenge to set targets for those not traditionally associated with the biodiversity community, so the new ones that weren't NACHI, including, targets 15 to 22, this should be 15 to 22, and also section C. So some of the good practices that people have said has worked well, which I think also is something that has definitely been said in this meeting, is reviewing what you already have against the framework as an efficient starting point, using commitments from all relevant actors, non-state actors, also different ministries, so that you're not trying to tackle everything within the Ministry of Environment. This is something that's worked well. Some targets are better covered by other sectoral strategies and plans, or commitments under other processes, and those could then just be referred to in your NBSAP and referred to in your submission. So national circumstances and capabilities should always be kept in mind when you're developing these. Some countries have found success in using data and information and have had information available that they've been able to use. And a number of countries have really talked about the importance of linking with the Sustainable Development Goals and have been able to get their NBSAP embedded within their National Development Plan or another social and economic planning process, so that it increases the profile of the NBSAP. So those are some of the findings from other workshops. As I said, I really tried to just provide a very short summary of some of the discussions that we've had in other places, and I think some of the discussion we've had here is similar. So I'm hoping that each country could do this as homework for tomorrow, so that we can then also have a similar summary from this workshop. And I think, I mean, we've heard in the last session a lot of sharing of information on where you're seeing different successes and challenges. And so I'm wondering if each country can do this for tomorrow, which is one slide, if you want, that summarizes your NBSAP process where you are now. You can use what you've already shared this afternoon, and then one slide or two slides on where you see the key challenges and opportunities. And you can use some of the ones that I've shared from other places if you want to highlight those or highlight something different. Or highlight something you've already said today. That would be great, so that then we can make sure that I really do capture the information that you've shared. And what I'm going to do as well, as my homework for today, is I'm going to try to summarize what I've already heard and also prepare that so that you can see how well that matches with what you see as the challenges. So I'm going to leave this up, and we can go to coffee, as I said, early, and then everyone can think about this task, and when we come back, we can have a few minutes if anyone has any comments or questions on this, and then we can move to the next session. Thanks.
Okay, welcome back from the break. Just want to ask if the colleagues can help us with pulling up the next presentation on capacity building, so we can then start. All right. So I hope we're all ready to get back to our session. For this part of the workshop, we just want to briefly present on a topic that has been also mentioned by some of you. I recall Saudi Arabia mentioned this as well, about capacity building and development and the importance of having this support to achieve this ambitious framework and all the work that we have to do to get biodiversity in a path to recovery. So we're going to be sharing some information of the processes that are ongoing under the CBD that probably you should be aware of to take advantage of these opportunities, right? So as we mentioned before, we have Target 20 of the Kunming-Montreal framework that speaks about capacity building and technology transfer, technical and scientific cooperation. So this is the target that it's meant to help us also, because they recognize that the framework is ambitious and that we also need to have resources, right, in terms of capacity building, technology transfer, technical and scientific cooperation to make this a reality. Apart from that, we also have a full decision. Well, we have several, but the latest one is decision 15.8 on capacity building and development. And if you go and check that decision, you're going to find very interesting information, some of which I'm going to present next. So the target calls for actions to strengthen and promote capacity building and development, access to and transfer of technology, development of and access to innovation, and technical and scientific cooperation. Why? Because of what I said, because we need to use these elements to facilitate effective implementation of the framework. So how can we do that? There are different ways of doing that, of course, and each country will engage in processes that are best for you. But in general, South-South or North-South triangular cooperation can be a way. Long-term capacity development programs, joint technology development, joint scientific research programs, strengthening scientific research and monitoring capacities, among others. So if we go now to the decision, the latest decision, 15.8 on capacity building and development, the decision has or proposes a strategic framework for capacity building and development, which is part of the annex of the decision. And also the establishment of a mechanism to have this technical and scientific cooperation. So the mechanism that it's established it's comprising a network of regional and sub-regional support center. I don't know if you're aware of that, to be coordinated at a global level by a coordinating entity. So there will be regional centers for capacity building and development. And one of those centers is also serving this region. We're going to get there. So there's also a call for, an informal advisory group on the technical and scientific cooperation that will provide a strategic advice to the Secretariat and the parties on practical measures, tools, and opportunities to promote and facilitate the technical and scientific cooperation. So all this information pretty much is coming from the latest COP decision on that. So when we talk about the long-term strategic framework for capacity building and development, what we want is we want to have common overarching framework for this. We want to have shared understanding of key concepts, so we all can be speaking the same language when we talk about this. We want to have expected high-level capacity results, guidance, and of course, it proposes mechanisms to facilitate and support implementation at a global and regional and national levels. So this is the idea of these frameworks. Same as we have the GBF for the whole biodiversity process, we also have now this long-term strategic framework to guide any action related to capacity building and development, as well as technology transfer. So what do we mean when we talk about capacity building and development, right? So we mean that it's the process whereby people, organizations, and society, as well as unleash, strengthen, create, and adapt and maintain capacity over time to achieve positive biodiversity results. Of course, this definition is in the context of the CBD, right? And to do that, we need three important elements. We need an enabling environment, we need organizational capacity, and we need individual capacity. And I'm going to get into each of these next. So if we think about enabling environment, we need an enabling environment are the conditions for organizations or individuals to function in pursuit of their goals. So this is the main thing that is going to help the other two components. And what there is, that can come in the form of regional and international treaties or conventions, for example, national laws and policies, political system and strategies, and social and economic policy frameworks, right? So we need to have something like that that will be the overarching mechanism or vision that we will use for the other steps. So that is the enabling environment. When we talk about soft capacity, what do we need for that to happen? Because you sign, for example, you're signatories of the Convention on Biological Diversity, right? That, of course, it's in itself a framework. And you can say, well, what type of capacity and what type of things do I need to develop and skills do I need to have to implement the convention? So that is the first step. You are signatories of the convention. So that is your enabling environment. But for that, you need to have also national laws and policies. But you need to have political will. And you need to have effective governance for all of these to happen, right? So that's why we talk about hard capacity, something that is more tangible. And then we talk about soft capacity, which is things that we also need for all of these to happen. Now, apart from the enabling environment, we also have the need for organizational capacity. And what there is basically internal structures and procedures, for example, leadership, also management systems, etc., that will help us to achieve the goals that we want. So we need appropriate organizational structures, we need monitoring and evaluation frameworks, project cycle management, all these type of skills that will help us to achieve what we want or the goals that we have at hand. And when we think about the soft capacity side of the scene for organizational, then you see that we need inspirational organization, culture and values, right? To operate well, we need change management, readiness, organizational reputation and credibility, right? We need partnerships and networks. We need problem-solving mechanisms, creativity, innovation. We need our organizations to be fit for purpose, to be ready to deliver. Then, of course, the last but not least element is individual. The organizations and the enabling environment need the work of individuals, and those are ourselves, right? So we need also to have skills and knowledge that will help us in, performing our functions, doing our job, and creating this capacity that we need for the overarching goals and frameworks. So the individual capacity is very important because we fit into that pyramid, right? That you need to have individuals with sufficient knowledge, skills, and expertise, and then they will contribute to the capacity of an organization who at the same time need to have values and need to have vision and need to have, a set of targets. And then those organizational capacities will feed into the overarching framework or the enabling environment, which is how do we do in terms of fulfilling all the obligations that we have for treaties, conventions, laws, policies, and so on. All right, so that was part of the information on that decision, but as well, it's important to note that the same decision on capacity building and development also invites governments and organizations to, for example, put in place enabling environments for capacity building and development. So that means that we all have a mandate to start working on this. Identify and prioritize needs, right? You have been saying that, like sometimes you have also needs in terms of capacity for how to support the implementation of the framework. So that prioritization and identification of needs, it's something that the call has already called upon. Prepare thematic capacity building and development action plans, so which can be more specific and can give you more detail on how to operate when it comes to capacity building and development actions. So there's a lot of information on that decision. Then I also mentioned that apart from the establishment of the framework on this, they also have this technical and scientific cooperation mechanism. And this is a network of regional and sub-regional support centers, right? That it's going to be coordinated by a global entity. So the Secretariat, with support of an informal advisory group, facilitated the process to identify and select different centers that were going to be part of this mechanism. So it has already happened. And for the Asia region, these are the centers that have been selected. So these centers will have a role. And if you see the one for West Asia, that is the one that covers all the countries represented here. So the core functions of these sub-regional support centers, what will they do? Right? They will promote and facilitate, of course, technical and scientific cooperation and technology transfer, right? Including, for example, joint research programs, joint ventures for the development of technologies, right? They will provide a one-stop service center for accessing technical and scientific knowledge, expertise, tools, and other resources. They will provide parties with access to information and to opportunities for technical scientific cooperation and technology transfer. They will mobilize resources and they will facilitate matchmaking between parties with specific needs and parties with organizations in a position to provide assistance. So if you feel that you need assistance in a particular area, you can reach out eventually to these centers, and they should be in a position to guide you, to connect you with others, to facilitate that interaction and cooperation among different parties, institutions, and organizations. Then the core functions as well, going to the same thing, support technical and scientific cooperation projects and programs, right? Strengthening capacities of parties and facilitate knowledge sharing and organizational learning. And they will maximize synergies and collaboration with other technology transfer initiatives and mechanisms, right? So that will be our one-stop shop for looking for assistance in terms of capacity building and development. Then the decision also invited parties to promote these science, technology, innovation, and other knowledge systems in the GVF implementation to identify, communicate their technical and scientific cooperation needs, and those in a position to do so also to provide these assistance, right, to address the needs, to support the development of biodiversity-related technologies and innovations, right, because technology also plays an important part in helping us to achieve these goals, right? And strengthening networks and communities of practice to facilitate the exchange of experiences, skills, and know-how. So this is a very quick overview of some of the information that is coming, as I mentioned, from the latest COP decision on capacity building and some of the things that are happening. So we're in the process of, doing all the information about the centers and trying to help in the completion pretty much of this process to support the capacity building and development activities for the GBF. So we have another presentation related to this. This was just the first part, but we'll be happy to continue discussion after the second presentation.
I don't see anyone in the back, so I'm a little concerned that the second presentation might not get pulled up. Oh, now somebody's back there. So the idea of the rest of this day and then also tomorrow morning would be to try to do some exercises related to how do you assess capacity and how do you get started with developing a capacity building action plan. And so the first step of developing the plan would be that you assess the existing capacity, which makes sense, and then you identify and understand the gaps and the needs. And so we'll go into this in more detail later, but basically for each element of your NBSAP, or each target, you would first assess what capacity do you have, then you would look at what capacity do you need and see how well these match up and identify the needs, identify the challenges and barriers, and this includes for all the different types of capacity that were just presented. So for individual, organizational, and enabling capacity, you would identify the challenges and the barriers. High turnover, for instance, would be one at the individual level. Lack of political will could be one at the enabling environment level. At the organizational level, it could have to do with coordination with other parts of the organization or beyond. And then there's a template that you can use, and you can use these results as well to inform the design of a national capacity development action plan. So before you start, it's best to ask yourself these questions. So why do you want to assess the capacity? Who are the stakeholders? How will they be involved? What do you expect to achieve? How will you use the assessments to inform decisions and actions? And then these can help you to define the scope and the objectives of the capacity assessment. So the key steps are, first you design the capacity assessment, you mobilize the people, you conduct the assessment, and then you analyze and use the results. And we have some exercises to facilitate this, which I'm hoping I can send to everybody, but I don't have everyone's email, so I'll have to send them, I guess I'll send them to the organizers. So in terms of mobilizing and designing the process, first you need to map relevant stakeholders. And so in general, these stakeholders are likely to be the same ones that you're engaging in your NBSAP. However, it may be that you also need to look at additional stakeholders in terms of building the capacity. You need to clarify the roles and responsibility and the expectations with all the actors. Determine what kind of information and data you're going to have in doing this assessment. So how are you going to assess the capacity? How are you going to conduct the assessment? How are you going to work with people, and who's going to be involved? And then you can cost the capacity assessment as well if it requires external resources to actually come up with this capacity assessment. Then the second step is to actually conduct it. So you undertake the stock taking, do a situational analysis, collect data on capacity. So this might be related to the number of staff that have training in specific topics. It might be related to understanding the amount of time that different stakeholders can contribute to your GBF. And then develop and apply a ranking scheme to establish the level of priority. And then it's important to try to understand the baseline capacity so that you'll be able to see if you're experiencing a change over time. So this is the format that is in the COP decision for developing the capacity assessment. And this is, of course, as I said, guidance from the long-term strategic framework for capacity development. And so here, for the enabling environment, you will want to ask yourself what policies, laws, regulations exist. Are they fit for purpose? Do they need updating? Are there new ones needed? Who should lead? What resources would they support? To what extent are the current policies, laws, regulations being implemented? Where are the gaps there? Who's responsible? And how often do they need to ensure that the policies are kept up to date? Similarly, for individual capacity, you would have questions to ask yourself, are there enough individuals with the right skills and knowledge and competencies and attitudes? Did I skip? Okay. To what extent are individuals able to apply their skills? What's causing limitations? What systems are in place to nurture, expand, and maintain expertise? What kind of incentives reduce staff turnover or also promote knowledge sharing so that when staff turnover happens, it's not such a big hit? And so once you've done this assessment, then you can analyze the results, identify where are the gaps and what are the strengths and what needs to happen next, and communicate findings and recommendations. And so all of this is seen, again, as a way to ensure that there's a capacity development plan that will really promote the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And so you can then seek feedback and follow up on these recommendations and also use this to guide the further development of your plans and programs. So a few examples of capacity assessments are here. And so you can see what other countries have done in terms of assessing their own capacity and where they've identified capacity needs. And I'm going to skip through this. Wait. Okay. And then we'll move on to using this for developing a capacity development action plan. So as mentioned, the first step is that you try to assess capacity, and then you develop the action plan, as this will then provide a basis for building the capacity around your NBSAP. And so this is all elaborated in the decision that Marianella presented. So the action plan at global level articulates that these are the needs, and at the national plan level, each action plan should have a theory of change, define what capacity is desired and how you're going to get there within the overall NBSAP results framework context, identify and prioritize strategic actions to be undertaken to achieve the capacity building and development results, explain how and why the strategic actions are likely to lead to the desired capacity building results, and highlight the means of implementation necessary. So I think I'm going to try to give an example since this is a little bit theoretical, and so then we can talk about an example as we're moving through. So if you imagine that you have a specific target, we can use the invasives because, as I said, we have been talking a lot about this. And so once you have identified your national target, and assuming that your national target is well aligned with the global target, so you're aiming to reduce the spread and the establishment and the introductions. So on the introductions, in terms of the desired capacity, part of the desired capacity may be able to better identify the introduction pathways. And so it might be that you feel that you don't have enough data and information on the introduction pathways, and so you could say we have a lack of knowledge as a capacity gap, and this could be due to a number of reasons. It could be due to not enough scientific experts working in this field. It could be due to a lack of data exchange, which is happening between perhaps transport ministries and Ministry of Environment. It could be due to a lack of understanding by the transport ministries of biodiversity objectives. And so you can then identify that here's the barriers. I mean, these would be the barriers that you identify anyway. And so then what are the priorities? Who do we need to provide training to? Who needs to be involved? How do we build this political will? Those are the types of questions that you can look at in your capacity building and development assessment. And then establishing roles and responsibilities of these different actors. So defining the roles and responsibility of different national agencies and partners and getting buy-in, and establishing strategic partnerships. So again, on this example, it may be that you feel that you really need somebody within Ministry of Transport who is a biodiversity expert. So you would be wanting to build the capacity of that ministry. And this would require a very strategic partnership, as you would be trying to encourage them to build this capacity within their ministry. So this is a mix of the different types of capacity. And then the time frame for this could be established in this plan, as this would take some time to develop this sort of expertise. And this would require some cost, again, because if you're talking about adding an additional person, that would require cost. Or if you're talking about providing training to an existing person, this would still require cost. And if you're also potentially needing to have meetings between different ministries, there may be cost associated with bringing people together and hosting some sort of a meeting. And so all of those could be captured as cost. And then how are you going to monitor this? Now, these indicators are different than the types of indicators that we were talking before, because here we're not measuring the outcomes, we're not measuring biodiversity. The indicators that you might have would be the number of trained people. So it's a very different type of indicator, but this would allow you to say, well, for example, working on the NBSAP as a whole to start off with, perhaps we had 3 people dedicated to its implementation, and now we have 5. So that's the kind of things that you would be looking at. And so as you prepare the Capacity Building and Development Action Plan, again, you assess capacity gaps and needs, carry out a stakeholder analysis, define the theory of change, define a timeline, identify partners, and establish a clear division of labor and roles and responsibilities. And so examples of some of the different national biodiversity capacity development strategies are here. I think more countries are developing them at this moment. This is a relatively new decision, but those provide some examples. So now the next thing that I'm going to do is quickly move into some exercises where you could provide an assessment of the capacity that you have or are lacking on a specific target. And so I'll ask everyone as I'm going through the next slide to think of a target that you're familiar with, or think of a topic that you're familiar with, so that you'll be in a position to try to reflect on what are the capacity needs that you have for that specific topic. So again, for this plan, it needs to be within the context of the National Biodiversity Goals and Targets. Obviously, if we're focusing on building capacity for the NBSAP, so this is something that for every capacity building effort, you should have a clear link of how this is going to take you where you want to go. Effectively measure capacity building and development using the initial assessment and then trying to track change over time. And seeing how well this is working. And capacity and building and development should be measured against a commonly agreed set of quality and quantitative indicators. So in addition to just understanding the number of people, you might need to understand what are they actually producing and what are the expectations that you have, and are those being met. And so this is the type of things that you would measure here. And so then you would want to look at this routinely over time to ensure that this is going the way that you're expecting through doing self-evaluations and independent evaluations. Continuing to look at how this relates to seeing actual change in your NBSAP, because if you're building capacity, then you would expect the NBSAP implementation to be going better. Regularly carrying out monitoring exercises or engaging a national body to supervise the evaluation of capacity, and discussing the results and taking necessary actions in order to improve capacity building and development. And then also communicating the results of this. So in order to do this, you need to decide on who needs to be involved in M&E for capacity building and development, what needs to be measured, and what are the criteria and indicators. How does this link to the NBSAP monitoring framework? This is kind of a funny wording because it's not actually part of the NBSAP monitoring framework, but there could be contributions to the monitoring framework. Decide how M&E tools and methods are going to be used, and how this will be communicated to who and to how, or to who and how. So that is everything that I want to say about developing a capacity building action plan. Now, if I can, I would like to, and I'll share it now. I would like to share an exercise with you, but this is in Word. And so everyone can then look through and try to give me some examples of how they're developing capacity. Let me just share this really quickly, sorry. Okay. So if we could share this with people. So the idea here is that for each of these questions, and I'll go back to them, for the questions on, well, if we can pull it up. So for the questions that we had on the enabling environment, the organizational capacity, and the individual capacity, choose a target, any specific GBF target or national target that you want, and identify what are the capacity gaps in terms of the enabling environment, what are the capacity gaps in terms of the organizational capacity, and what are the capacity gaps in terms of individual capacity. And so this will be the exercise for the rest of the day, and so hopefully we can email it out because we have a template in Microsoft Word. And so again, pick a target for you at the national level. You can work on this perhaps at your tables, even though it's more relevant for specific countries. So I'll ask countries to present back and let us know what the capacity gaps that you think are. And for Oman, you have a lot of people here. You could have different groups of people if you group up, choose different targets so that you, or even the same one, but just find a group of 2 to 4 people. Pick a target that you're familiar with, and then try to write down some of the existing capacities, capacity needs, and priorities using the questions. And hopefully we can pull those up. Can we share the questions? Yeah. So I'll give you an hour, and then if you have any questions about this, so again, pick a target, identify the capacities. Could we email this to the participants? Is that possible? I don't have everybody's email, so I would like to email the Word document to every person in the room. Yeah, but then they can't fill it out. So if we can email it to everybody, then they can look at it on their own computer. Yeah, I would like to say, so also if you can ask the organizers, since I've shared everything with them, but I don't have anyone's email. So yeah, so hopefully the organizers can share everything over time. Okay. So here is, again, these are the same questions. If you scroll down, you can see what this is going to look like, and hopefully they can share this with everyone. But for every type of capacity, there's different questions to help guide you in thinking about what capacity that you need. And so then we also have a template where you could complete it if you scroll down. Keep going. Yeah. So you could then, choose a specific target, identify the existing capacity, identify the capacity needs, and then I'll ask you to reflect on what you think are some of the existing capacities and the needs for these different types of capacity. Choose any target. And as I said, groups of 2 or 3 or 4 people. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to ask for a show of hands because I am not sure how this is going. So I would like for you to raise your hand if you have done an assessment and you're ready to report back now. Okay, raise your hand if you think you're going to need more time. Okay, so I'm looking at the clock, and in my mind, I thought it was 12:30, and then my colleague just said it's 1:30, so I was surprised by this. Anyway, I'm still jet lagged, so I got lost. But I think based on the number of groups and the time we have left, we're not going to have time to report back today. So my suggestion is that we finish this, everyone continues talking now, and then in the morning we report back because if we don't do it now, it's too late, basically. Does that work? To give you 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, good. All right, 10 minutes. So we'll do at 1:40. 1:40 is good? All right. So this was the compromise time. Are we ready now? Yes. All right. Go for it.
Assalamu alaikum. We talk about the target number 4, about the genetic resource. About the point 1, we have all the existing capacities. What's need? Yeah, we do have the policies and legal are completed, but we need framework and budget. Even the framework and budget is available, but what we need is that one improvement of that framework. About the organizational capacity, what's need? The genetic tools and programs, taxonomists, experts and researchers, monitoring, monitoring techniques and database. About the individuals, what's need is expert and also researcher. That's all from...
Perfect. Okay, next team.
In our groups, we chose the goals 21. I will speak with Arabic. تعزيز قواعد البيانات والبيانات الوصفية لدعم القرار في شأن التنوع الأحيائي. The gaps أو التحديات: عدم توفر البيانات الوصفية بشكل واضح. ثاني شيء عدم وجود ربط بقواعد بيانات المؤسسات، كل مؤسسة تملك قواعد بيانات خاصة. 3 تفتقر بعض المؤسسات لقاعدة بيانات ثابتة إلكترونية محدثة. 4 هناك تحفظ لبعض المؤسسات على توفير البيانات الإحصائية. الكاباسيتي اللي هي وجود قواعد بيانات موزعة، هذا بالنسبة للمؤسسات. وجود خبرات للكوادر الوظيفية. بالنسبة للأفراد لا يوجد أهداف واضحة، عدم توافق العمل الفعلي للموظف مع اختصاصه أو مسماه الوظيفي. عدم تقبل التغيير الذي يطرأ على المؤسسات. الحلول: إنشاء قواعد بيانات موحدة وتحديثها بشكل مستمر، يعني يفضل وجود ربط إلكتروني ما بين المؤسسات. 2 إنشاء نقاط اتصال مع المؤسسات الأخرى لتبادل الخبرات وكذلك البيانات. على مستوى الأفراد تأهيل وتمكين الموظفين ببرامج تحليل بيانات مثل ال SPSS أو الباور BI. شكرا.
Thanks. sorry, what target did you choose? I missed it, and then I couldn't.
21.
21.
Yeah.
This is why you talked about data so much. I thought maybe you were just, that was your key need in one of the other
No.
targets. So I started.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, next team.
اهلا، كيف الحال؟ اخبارك مهندس؟ طيب يسلمكم. تفضل.
بعدين نتكلم، انا اتكلم قبلك ولا تتكلم؟
نتكلم عن النقص.
خلينا ابدا لين ترتب اوراق، خلي اذا باغي شيء بقول انا ولا احمد. Okay, now I will speak in Arabic also.
Okay.
أنا بتكلم عن الهدف الثاني الخاص بالمحميات. بالنسبة للممكنات البيئية الموجودة في سلطنة عمان، توجد قوانين للمحميات الطبيعية، قانون خاص قانون المحميات وصون الأحياء الفطرية، وأيضا عندنا قانون آخر هو قانون مكافحة صون البيئة، حماية البيئة ومكافحة التلوث، الذي يعني يعنى بإنشاء المحميات وآلية إنشاء المحميات في سلطنة عمان. وأيضا يوجد لدينا أشخاص مؤهلين لقيادة هذه المحميات من التقسيمات الإدارية الموجودة على المستوى يعني العالي من المديرية العامة لصون الطبيعة، وأيضا وجود تقسيم لدائرة تعنى بالمحميات الطبيعية. أيضا هناك بالنسبة على هيكلية المحميات يوجد طبعا حوافز معينة في حماية وصون هذه المحميات سواء مع المجتمع المحلي أو القطاع الخاص، من خلال طبعا مجموعة وحزمة من يعني الحوافز المتعلقة بعضها مثل الإعفاء من التصاريح أو أولوية التوظيف للمجتمع المحلي الموجود في المحمية، بما يخلق أكثر مشاركة من المجتمع المحلي لهذه المحميات. في نقاط أيضا موجودة لموضوع التطوير، واللي هي تتمثل أنه وجود بعض أقسام يعني على مستوى تقسيمات أكثر على مستوى المحمية نفسها، بحيث أنها تقدر إداريا وفنيا كإدارة يعني منظمة، بحيث أنه نخلق أقسام في المحميات الطبيعية. أيضا ضرورة وجود بعض الكفاءات المتعلقة بالمحميات، أكيد أنه هناك كفاءات موجودة، ولكن أكيد أننا محتاجين لمجموعة أكبر لإدارة هذه المحميات، خصوصا أنه هناك في الهدف يعنى بالاتساع في إنشاء محميات جديدة، فأكيد أنه الكوادر البشرية المطلوبة والفنية المتخصصة في هذا المجال هتتطلب يعني تدريب وتأهيل، أو حتى على مستوى الخريجين الجدد بأن يكونوا مطلعين بموضوع إدارة المحميات. أيضا خلق فرص استثمارية، يمكن بعض الحوافز الموجودة في المحمية تعنى بها المجتمع المحلي، ولكن أيضا خلق فرص استثمارية حقيقية للمجتمع المحلي يعزز مشاركتهم ويعزز المنافع والفوائد الموجودة للمحمية للمجتمع المحلي. هناك خطط محميات طبعا وتحديثها، ولكن ما زال موضوع التحديث الخطط المحميات هذا مطلب أساسي، لأن المتغيرات احنا نتعامل مع بيئة متغيرة، فبالتالي أيضا تخطيط وتحديث خطط الإدارة بالأهمية، بحيث أن نحقق أكثر إدارة وفاعلة لهذه المحميات. وأخيرا طبعا الدعم المالي هو أيضا ممكن رئيسي لتحقيق كثير من الأنشطة، سواء على الأنشطة على مستوى المحمية أو على مستوى المشاركة المحميات مع المنظومة المحميات الأخرى. إذا تكلمنا عن التنظيمات المؤسسية حاليا، مثل ما ذكرت أنه في تنظيمات مؤسسية موجودة وواضحة، تحديد المسؤوليات إدارة المحميات لهيئة البيئة، هذا أيضا نص عليه في المرسوم السلطاني، فبالتالي المؤسسات اللي تدير المحميات واضحة وفق القوانين، وهناك هيكلية موجودة. أيضا موضوع الموازنات المالية، طبعا لكل محميات في بنود مخصصة لها لإدارة هذه المحميات، وسابقا هو يعني الممارسة السابقة كانت تعمل على موازنات عامة تشتغل على جميع المؤسسات، وهذا خلق أيضا تحدي في توزيع هذه الموارد المالية على مختلف المؤسسات، وأيضا في اتساع المحميات الموجودة. فالمتطلب الأساسي الآن هو تحديد الموازنات الحقيقية الخاصة بتشغيل هذه المحميات، وأيضا أن تتضمن الخطة في إعلان المحميات الجديدة أن تكون هناك موازنات، يعني على الأقل إذا ما تم اعتمادها أن تكون هناك في خطة للاعتماد لتنفيذ هذه البرامج في المحميات اللي يتم إعلانها أو المتوقع أنه إعلانها في الوقت القريب. أعتقد على المستوى يعني مثل ما ذكرت، يعني يمكن أن مجموعة من الأشياء هي على المستوى الأفراد. هناك طبعا الجميع يدرك أنه هناك في نقص في عدد الموظفين، يعني لو قارنا عدد الموظفين اللي يعملون في المحميات على اتساع هذه المحميات، بعض المحميات تتطلب يعني رقابة وإدارة وتنفيذ بعض المسوحات، وكثير من القرارات والتحديات اللي احنا نذكرها أنه عدم وجود بيانات يعني محدثة عن المواقع أو البيئات اللي احنا تساعدنا في وضع الهدف الوطني. فبالتالي وجود مثل هذا المختصين في موضوع البحث وقراءة الدراسات المختلفة في مختلف البيئات، أيضا لما نتكلم عن البيئة البرية والبيئة البحرية وأيضا المياه الداخلية، هناك احتياجات مختلفة وتخصصات مختلفة يجب أن ينظر فيها على المستوى التعليم العالي وعلى مستوى حتى المدارس، بحيث أن تكون النشء من المدارس أيضا عندهم هذه المعلومات وهذه يعني التدريب اللي يختص بنوعية البيئات المختلفة اللي تحتاج طبعا إلى كوادر مختلفة في يعني تنفيذ المهام الموكلة إليها. أعتقد أنا أكتفي بهذا القدر وأنقل الميكروفون للمجموعة الثانية. شكرا.
Thank you. Next person.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to add, to say a comment on your presentation, the last presentation before the break. And one of your slides, one of the latest slides, when you addressed the challenges, there was like a statement when you said there is a lack of political support, which is incorrect for me, because now every Gulf country here has its own environmental goals. First of all, we have all the countries, we have our visions, whether it's 2030 or 2035 or 2040, and all these visions adopted all the SDG goals. So this is the first, let's say, national umbrella. And all of the countries, we have our environment strategies. And all the countries have our own even zero, let's say zero net carbon emission year. Some countries in 2050, some in 2060. So all these issues that, I mean, embrace the willingship by the leaders to take action on the environment. So there is no lack, there is no even hesitation of the leaders. This is for clarity in this.
I was sharing experiences from other places, just to make it clear. I wasn't saying that was the issue here. I was sharing what other places have told us. That presentation was on not GCC, from other meetings, what people have said.
I see, okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
I wasn't basing that on what was said here. I was basing it on what I've heard at other places. So that whole presentation was, and then at the end we had this homework, but before the homework, it was all what people have told me other places. So none of it was based on here.
Excellent.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, no worries. Okay, for the capacity needs and existing capacities, it's as colleagues mentioned. In the case of Saudi Arabia, we have all the policies. Again, we have the environmental strategy, we have the biodiversity strategy, we have the national plan for the invasive species. We have other different also strategies in terms of environment, whether for the desertification, for the land degradation, for the environmental compliance. All these strategies are there now. So this would be, let's say, enablers and capacities that are already taking place in Saudi Arabia. And even for the organizational capacity. Now in Saudi Arabia, we have a new organizational setup in Saudi Arabia. The ministry, which is taking the responsibility of the supervision, only the supervision of the environment, let's say, sector. And we have the 5 executive specialized centers, which are enabled with also with all the enablers, whether financial or staff or all the enablers. So this, and also with the individual, we have, of course, like other countries, we have the experts in each field. We have experts in vegetation cover, experts in biodiversity, experts in the wildlife, experts in all in these fields. But of course, we still in their need for improvement. We're still in their need of as mentioned here, for full comprehensive databases for the country in each field, in order to I don't know, to develop the capacities. Also, we need for the digitalizing our databases and our services to make it easy for people to provide training programs or educational programs as well. So I think also I would say the special thing in here is about the training in the field of the latest treaties and conventions like this. I mean, we need yes, some extra training for this sort of work, because every day we have a new let's say convention and treaty, and these we need more training for this. However, also in Saudi Arabia, one of the enablers that we are collaborating with the UN agencies. Now we have an office for FAO in Saudi Arabia. We have an office for UNDP. We have an office for UNEP, UNEP, and also for the UNCCD. So all the people now are working with us, and we are working with them to improve our capabilities. So this is the case in Saudi Arabia, and I'm sure it's the same in the other Gulf countries. Thank you.
Hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Ahmed Al-Hamiri from UAE. In UAE, we chose Target 17, which about the strengthen biosafety and distribute the benefits of biotechnology. For the first point, the enable environmental capacity. Currently, we have the legislations framework and policies established to regulate the safe use of the biotechnology. However, we have some lack of biotechnology regulatory bodies to enhance the coordinations. For the second point, which is the organizational capacity, we have clear institutional mandates exist for the agencies' responsibilities for the biotechnology and biosafety, and also we have the financial resources are allocated for biodiversity research, monitoring, and enforcement activities. We have some lack of relative biotechnology or technologies resources. So in terms of individuals' capacity, people are aware about the importance of the biosafety and have ethical considerations and risk knowledge toward the biotechnology. However, we have limited national resources who's specialized in biotechnology to implement the target in the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and for the Kingdom of Bahrain, we chose our national target that has to do with eradication of invasive species. In terms of the enabling environment capacity, we do have a legal and policy framework which stipulates the entity that is responsible for eradicating invasive species. We do have data. There's a preliminary blacklist that is supposed to be published. However, we do have some capacity needs and priorities. The priority is launching that blacklist of invasive species so we can actually act on it. While we do have a law that stipulates who is responsible for the invasive species, we do need executive regulations that gives more detail on what to do. With our blacklist, we also have a gray list that has to do with monitoring potential invasive species. We do need to develop methodologies to actually monitor these species and creating a database to keep track of all of this. In terms of the organizational capacity, existing, we do have a structure and an institutional mandate, like I said. It just stipulates who is responsible, and so we created a working group for a specific species. However, we do need further, let's say, capacity needs in that terms for working groups for other species. We do lack funds, so financial resources is something we do need. There are resources as well for how to tackle different species, so going on a technical level. In an individual capacity, existing capacity, we do have local knowledge, so a lot of the information that we have on preparing our blacklist came from local stakeholders. However, in terms of capacity needs, it also goes back to the knowledge. We don't have documented data or documented knowledge. So that's something that we do, is both a capacity need and a priority. The attitude and understanding of the public on eradicating these species, there isn't enough awareness, so people may look at the eradication of these species in a negative light. And lastly, expertise in handling the eradication of some of these species. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's interesting. I mean, everyone is sharing very interesting experience. I mean, across whatever target it is, there's always going to be a need for human resources. I would say at the Secretariat, it's the same. I mean, no one ever has all of the expertise that they need. It's because the need is so great. And then the need for data has also come out really strong, I think, across all of the targets that have been presented. And then there's been both positives, some really good experiences shared in terms of legislative frameworks, but some gaps as well. Okay, next. Who is next? Yeah.
Yes. We pick up target 1, plan and manage all area to reduce biodiversity loss. We have current projects such as replanting mangrove and also native plants such as cedar on the protected area in Kuwait. There is a volunteer initiative between international country to import mangrove seeds such as the UAE and Indonesia and Oman. The replanting native plants, cedar is considered as endangered in Kuwait, but with the country effort, we success to protect these number from decline. For the capacity needs, we need more funds for this area. All sector and non-state actor should join in allocating priorities and budget to these environment projects. For example, one of our island is protected under army, so it's difficult for us to rehabilitate projects in this area. Increase the percentage of the protected area, whether on land or marine. We need more regulation and develop the methodology. For the individual capacity, the staff is monitoring and managing the damaged area. We need more staff for it. Monitoring the biodiversity of this area. Needs and priority, we need increase the knowledge among the staff, training many staffs to technical knowledge. We need more equipment to implement the structure of the project. We have lack of data analysis, lack also in staff to meet up with the targets. There is no continuing in the documentary for data monitoring. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So maybe I haven't heard from Qatar and who else? A few more Oman groups, I think.
Assalamu alaikum. We choose target number 7. So basically at the level of environmental capacity, we already have like governmental and regulation and policies for the environment capacity. We have already like policies regarding the protection of the environment from pollutants. However, we need to regularly update because few policies and regulations are outdated, maybe more than 10 years ago. At the organizational, also in environmental level, we have good cooperation from different aspects of governmental offices and non-governmental institutes. However, there is slow communication processes, and sometimes in specific areas there is lack of expertise. And also we have facing difficulties regarding informational exchange from different ministries and facilities. At the organizational level, we have already organizational level, we have projects already done and ongoing projects and planned for the next year. There's we are developing monitoring network in Oman. However, there is because of high cost of the station, like ambient air quality monitoring stations and equipment, there's limited or restricted from financial point of view. At the individual level, we have enough capability of employee from different specialities and from different experience. However, because of the limited number of the employee of the staff, there is will cause a delay in submitting completing the timeline. Also, we need more support regarding the scientific publication and also support postgraduate study. And also specialized and specific or advanced workshops in needed areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have to break for lunch now, but if your group didn't go, we can still have you come in the morning. As I said, I think then I think we can break now, and then we will leave for the people on the field trip at 3 from here. Is this correct? Somebody confirm this. Yes. So if you're going on the field trip, then we're meeting at 3 from here, and lunch is outside, I think, and we will see you tomorrow morning. So thank you.